We're back once again after our short break with the ASB 1000 Practice 2 currently out on track. On screen there, a great shot of two young riders in this championship, Haruki Noguchi and Lachlan Epis. Riding in 10 in the both of them trading positions. Now there in front of them, not too far ahead, is the likes of Kasmat Daniel. Now from there, Lachlan going a bit wide as he exits through turn 1. Down the long, slight bend to the left of turn 2 before they make their way into the U-turn that is turn 3. This is a big talking point of the race will be, but a bit wide there again from Lachlan Epis. Looks to be struggling to keep that bike on the racing line. For now, Haruki goes fastest at 1:37.566. Just following the likes of the teammate of Zakwan Zaidi, Andy Farid. He's had quite the start so far to his ASB 1000 campaign. He really looks to be no slouch at all. He's coming in as a new rider from the Super Sports class, going up the rank. He looks to be adjusting quite well with the CBR 1000 RRR. Now typically from 600s to 1000s, it would be quite the transition with the extra power and the extra weight that the bike has. Usually takes the riders a few rounds before they get truly accustomed and well within the timings of the top riders, but Andy Farid has shown his quality and has really been adjusting quite well to this new challenge that he has up ahead of him. But then again, I'd say having the previous season's champion in the same pit box as you would be a huge advantage, and that is what Andy Farid does have. So definitely shared data between himself and the likes of Zakwan would be a big boost for himself and the team. He'll have all the data required to push that charge up forward into the top 3 positions. Then again, of course, they have to be wary of the charge from the German rider Markus Reiterberger, who's back once again in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Going at the top, there we go. What's that? Azan Shah for a second has gone fastest at 1:36.7. And then Zakwan Zaidi just pips him over at 1:36.694. So following Markus Reiterberger as he makes his way around into turn 4. Now the triple left-hander before the flip to the right. Now this is where we saw earlier in practice 1 towards the end where Markus wasn't happy with how his bike turned into turn 4, it seemed. He was quite animated with what happened, but looks like they have sorted those issues. Looks to be lapping around pretty fine. So far he's lapped at 1:37.012. But definitely the conditions now in comparison to practice 1 are vastly different. The heat really has kicked up now. It's more or less what we have seen for the past few days. For Markus Reiterberger as he goes around the final bend. This is going to be the real talking point in the race for sure. We've seen so many clashes, so many last-ditch overtakes through the last turn. Now Markus Reiterberger has gone up now into second at 1:36.702. Zakwan Zaidi improving to a 1:36.5. Overall, the fastest times in the official test was a 1:35.331. That came from the likes of Zakwan Zaidi. Apologies, that was last year's official test results. Fastest that during that time was Zakwan Zaidi. This time round in the test, the fastest was Marcus Reiterberger with a 134.956. Zaidi lapping similar to last year, 135.044. So currently lapping the 136s, we know that that wouldn't be the fastest time that we'll see all weekend. Then again, the conditions very different. They're a bit of a wobble there from Zakwan Zaidi. Sliding the rear through. Zakwan really looking composed, even though the rear looks very tail happy on the bike. He is making light work of it. He comes now to the final bend, turn 12. Sway around, hooks the rear tire. Should be a decent lap from Zakwan as he comes across now. So 136.5 again from Zakwan. So he's consistent in the mid 136. I believe he's running the double mediums front and rear. Now this is Kasman Daniel. He comes back into pit lane, a shake of the head, so Kasman really unhappy. And yeah, I think we can definitely see why. He's been lapping the 138s, some laps on the 139, so it's nowhere near what we saw from Kasma towards the end of last season. Kasma not looking too happy as he walks to the back of the pit for the debrief with the mechanics. You can see he's really unhappy with how that session went. For now, there's Marcus Reiterberger and Zakwan Zaidi, the fastest two riders from the session, coming back into pit lane. Through this Pasawit Divararak, one of the tire riders in this category, coming across. Pasawit not doing too bad. He's currently running in 5th, a 136.981. So too far off from the top two riders. See the top 5 altogether down to Pasawit. The gap is only 0.439 seconds, so barely anything to separate the top 5. Between the top 3, it's only 0.201 seconds. Zakwan down to Marcus, down to Azlan Shah. Now we follow Pasawit as he makes his way down the long back straight, shall we call it, down into turn 4, the triple left-hander. Into 5, 6, and then the flip to the right into 7. But in pit lane now, there's Zakwan Zaidi. He's looking very focused on the mission that he has ahead of him. Here comes Pasawit. Now he goes around turn 8 into turn 9 here. It's a double right-hander before the flip to the left and then a flip once again back to the right. There's another one of the big names in this category, Anthony West. 139.036 this time in this session. 2.4 seconds off the timing of Zakwan. So getting closer there, Anthony and the Victor Racing team, but still a bit more needed to be found. But now here's Jakrit Swangsat from the EST NJT Racing team, currently running in 7th, 137.6. There's one of the star or the upcoming star names that we have in this category, Haruki Noguchi. So a new challenge for Haruki this season. It starts fresh once again. It's a blank canvas for Haruki. He's not doing too bad at all. 4th fastest, 136.756. Will have memories from last season getting a podium here in the first round. For now, here we follow Jakrit Swangsat, the only rider out on track currently. Masin lapping not too bad at all, just a second, just a little over a second off Zakwan Zaidi's lap time. There at pit lane, that's Marcus Reiterberger, number 28. And watching over as we still have 26 minutes left in the ASB 1000 Practice 2 session. Now it's quality time between Jakrit Swangsat and his CBR 1000 RRR. As he dances around the track alone, the rear wheel just hopping about there as he goes hard on the brakes in the final turn. Comes up to the start-finish line, apologies, and beautiful wheelies he pops as he comes across. Getting all sorts of shapes there as he exits through turn 1. 139.6 again for Jakrit Swangsat on that lap. I can really just see the rear tire under the brakes just hopping about as he brakes hard into turn 3. And it was very similar to how it looked like in the final turn as well. So now down the long straight goes Jakrit Swangsat into turn 4. Let's see any movement from the rear. Yeah, still just a bit of movement as he tries and gets that bike under control. Short pull-up before you head into turn 5, and then it's once again a double apex into turn 6. It's a beautiful shot there of the bike going around. Into turn 8 now goes Jakrit Swangsat. Looking at the sector times, it's a decent lap, but it's not anything that should be threatening any of the top 5 riders currently. Just coming out is Lachlan Epis for his second run. Here comes Jakrit now as he takes the bike down the hard braking zone at the final turn. Now it's a cross and around and just a slight pop with the front wheel, but nothing too dramatic like the last lap. It's a 138.4 for Jakrit, so his fastest so far was a 137.6. So still about a second off his fastest lap time, just under a second. Coming out there as well is the likes of Kemith Kubo. Kemith currently in the list, he's running 8th, a 138.009. By the looks of it, Azan Shah also has come out of the pit lane, so he'll be going for his second run as well. I think definitely a lot of the riders opted to go back to pit lane, probably due to the heat that they have. I think the heat is not giving the ideal conditions for fast lap times, but definitely data is required from this session, just in case that the weather would be the way it is now for the races tomorrow and on Sunday. Reiterberger as well, he's coming out. By the looks of it, we will have 5 riders currently out on track. For now, here we follow Kemith Kubo. He's still on his out lap, and as he crosses the start and finish line, he will begin his first flying laps. There's Casmadeno with his ritual and his tank there. If we noticed earlier, was truly not the happiest camper as he came back into pit lane. Definitely they would have made some adjustments so that he could improve on his time. Currently Kasma is running in 9th. We know the quality he has, and we know that it's nowhere near where Kasma should be. So we'll definitely be looking to push up into the top 5 positions. Good look. The Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team. Good look at how the situation in the pit for them is looking. Looking pretty calm. I think most of them would be happy the way Andy is performing, as well as Zakwan. So now here's the Australian rider, Lachlan Epis. He's just come across with a 1:39.901. His fastest lap time of 1:38.7. Currently 10th. Of the 12 riders that we have in the ASB 1000 category. Now it looks like Haruki Noguchi as well, getting ready to go back out for his second run. Push there for Haruki. Looks like he's running the soft tires as well. Let's get it Kubo as he comes around turn 1. So Andy Farid as well, he's mounting his bike. Zakwan Zaghi still with his helmet off there in pit lane. I think Zakwan's going to be coming out just yet. But there's Kasma Daniel, as always aggressive, and he's looking really unhappy again with the way the bike's behaving. I think something not to his liking with the front of the way, with the way the front is behaving for him. But looks at the gestures that he was showing. Haruki now is coming up right behind Kasma, so Haruki will know Kasma is one of the fast riders, so he'll probably try to tail Kasma and try and see where he can take advantage of Kasma being in front of him. That's Teo Joe with his coach Hafik Azmi. Kasma Daniel, let's see if we can spot out why he was really unhappy with the way the bike was just now. Trying to see if he starts pushing out off his racing line, whether under braking is just understeering. Now Kasma is still looking quite content with this lap. He doesn't look too disturbed with whatever it was he was unhappy about. Doesn't look like a Kasma is pushing 100%. I think something is just still not sitting right with him. But let's see now. Goes into the final turn. It's not this was really an issue for him. He has a lot of movement coming from the bike there, just swaying about. So that could be one of the reasons why he's a bit unhappy. That lap, Kasma set at 1:38.097, so that's almost equaling the fastest lap he's done so far in the session. And he will know as well as we would know that he does has to have his work cut out for him. They're a very wide line chosen for turn 3. Now these are all speculations, but it looks like perhaps currently Kasma might be running a slightly stiffer setup for his suspension. Perhaps data-wise it's something that would work, but maybe it's just not sitting right with Kasma just yet. Now we bring our attention to the Japanese rider Haruki Noguchi. He's currently running in 4th, in about 11 minutes in the pit lane just now. Just get some refreshment, get a debrief, make some final adjustments. Straight back out onto the track. Here's Kasma now. Looking decent through the second sector, first sector as well. Not too shabby, but nowhere near the likes of Marcus Reitenberger, for example. there from Kasman Daniel as he comes across, and he does improve his time slightly, 1:37.789, so that's looking a bit better from Kasma. He reduces the gap now to 1.2 seconds from himself and Zakwan Zaidi. Marcus Reitzenberger as well has just completed a few more laps, and he has gone faster, 1:36.568. Same story as well for his teammate Azan Shah, 1:36.667. So both the 1XOX BMW TKKR racing team riders improving on this second run. Fastest time currently. He comes across and he does a 1:36.298, so that's 0.244 seconds faster than Zakwan Zaidi. Now here's the likes of Andy Farid, Zakwan's teammate. But there's Zakwan Zaidi, his teammate, the 2022 ASB 1000 champion. And just coming across there was Azan Shah. He's just gone up into second at 1:36.376. Haruki Noguchi goes third fastest, pushes Zakwan down a position. Now it's Haruki Noguchi in third. Azan Shah Kamarazaman, he's sitting quite comfortably in second, just 0.078 seconds away from Marcus Reitzenberger, his teammate, in first. Speaking of Marcus, there we go, right on cue. So it's looking like another decent lap for Marcus. I think the issues that he's had earlier on in the session have been sorted, as evident from the lap times that he's setting. Another 1:36.439 there from Marcus Reitzenberger. But now we continue following Marcus Reitzenberger as he comes around turn 2, just now down into turn 3, and now this is the run into turn 4 after that long straight triple left-hander. And this is where we had issues for Marcus earlier on. It's looking like it's all done and sorted for the German rider. Marcus as he comes around last few turns. It's a double right-hander here before the flip to the left and then back to the right and then into the final bend. Zakwan Zaidi has gone back fastest on top, a 1:36.1. So clearly Zakwan not leaving this without a fight. He's constantly improving all these top 3 riders. Marcus is going a bit sideways there with the wheelie. Which crosses another 1:36 mid from Marcus Reitzenberger. 1:36.5 this time. One thing that is exciting and interesting about the M1000RR is the size of the winglets. It's absolutely massive. If you see this in person, I'm telling you, it's quite the sight. And from what we understand, in comparison to the winglets from last season, the 2022 M1000, the winglets this time are much larger and they do provide quite a significant amount of downforce. So that will help the riders, especially going up onto the front straight where the front wheel just wants to pop up. It just helps it keep it down a bit more. Just gives a bit more control for the riders as they try to put the power down. Marcus Rottenberger just putting his leg out there, usually to indicate that they would be exiting from the track, and he does. So there he goes on the road down to pit lane. So it's just a short few laps from Marcus. Hassan Shaswell just did a couple of laps and he's just gone back in. Rookie is still out on track lapping. He's done mostly in the 136.4, 136.5. So Rookie looking quite confident in that timing. Here we follow another young Japanese rider on the Honda, Haruki Noguchi. He's got knocked back down to 4th fastest currently in the timings. 136.387 for Haruki. Across comes Haruki and he's done another 136.5. So it looks like Haruki might just be practicing for race pace because he's being consistent. He's not really improving on his lap time, but should the conditions be quite similar to this, we can definitely put your money on the fact that Haruki will be consistent in the fast pace, and definitely he will bring the challenge up for the victory. Notable mention once again is the likes of Lachlan Epis is still keeping up. He's then under 2 seconds from the front runners. Kenneth Kubo as well not doing too bad at 1.589. Haruki Noguchi now as he goes through the double right, and then the flip into the left, and then the flip back to the right for the long little drive down to the final bend. This is one of the talking points where we saw Haruki and Zakwan battling it out in round 1. Ultimately in race 2, Haruki took his victory. Sorry, took his podium in the ASB 1000 category. Not too long after that, he came to Sepang and grabbed his first win. The Asia Dream paddock, you can see Zakon there exchanging words with his mechanics and figure out every way they can get themselves just a little bit more out of the bike. For now we're just looking at the timings that we have. For the tire riders, it's not been a bad day at all for both Pasawit Tivararak and Jakrit Swangsat. Both of them 6th and 7th respectively. On the screen there is Jakrit Swangsat. For now we're following this taking a very leisurely time around. That's Jakrit Swangsat. Leisurely simply because it looks like he might be heading back to pit lane. Now we're back on track, just following Jakrit Swangsat. Makes his way around. Final few bends for the front straight. It looks like Jakrit will be either looking for a quick tow or heading back into pit lane. Just 7 minutes left. There's not really much time to make any more adjustments before the end of the session. The jockeys one set of the EST and JT racing team heading back into pit lane for a final debrief with the team. And as Hasan Shah Kamrazama, and it looked like he was going to continue on for his fast laps, but it looks like an issue has popped up. He's looking down at his meter and definitely going to be heading back into pit lane. Hasan Shah, he goes back out now. So he was just trying to line himself up properly. So just under 6 minutes left in this session. Just slightly over 5.5 minutes left. So Zakwan Zaidi is still in pit lane. Marcus Reiterberger, he's back on track. Hasan Shah back on track. As we saw earlier, taking that different line. Haruki Noguchi, I believe, has just gone back into pit lane. And forming up at the rear is Teo-Yu Jo. Just looking down in pit lane there, you can see the likes of I believe it was. Just making his way back into pits because we still have Kenneth Kubo out on track. Here's Teo-Yu Jo making his way around, and there's Anthony West. I do love looking at the Victor Racing's team, the colors this time. The blue with the lime green truly is striking, and it does make it easier for us to differentiate the bikes and riders. Comes Anthony West now, comes across the line, and it's a 1:39.022 for Anthony West. Still shy of where he would like to be for sure, but it is a step-by-step process for these riders. I think with the team that Anthony West has got around him, I think he should have no issue in getting that bike up to speed and where it needs to be. See the two Hondas there coming out together out of pit lane. Those are like Haruki and Zakwan Zaidi. We're out on track following the likes of the Australian rider Lachlan Epis. Once again, this is Lachlan Epis on the BMW M1000RR. It's been quite a quiet session towards the end now. We didn't really have any riders improving, but just as I say it, Marcus Reiterberger 1:36.096. So he's really stamping his name in this championship once again. There goes Lachlan Epis. Lachlan Epis improves up into 8, but we do have a rider now, and that's Teo-Yu Jo. That's down at the first turn. That's a fast place to crash. So yellow flags out there at turn 1. They're gonna have to be careful because Teo-Yu Jo still laying in the gravel from the last we saw. See the distance of Marshall's clearing up the track. Let's see what happened to Teo-Yu Jo here. He just failed to get the bike stopped, and the rear just came around. It's a strange crash. Oh dear. That's quite the whip for Teo-Yu Jo. hard to say what really happened, but it looks like he had to apply a bit more of the rear brake than he needed, and could be due to brake fading or the front brake just not biting, and that resulted in him having to compensate for the rear brake. So compensate from the front brake by using more of the rear brake. That is was quite the whip he took going down into the gravel. For now, just under a minute left in this session, and Andy Farried now has gone up into third fastest. He's at a 136.336. Slapped another lap as well, 136.389. So Andy looking quite comfortable in that timing. Once again, the story continues more or less as how we've seen it so far this weekend. Marcus Ratzenberger, Zakon Zaidi, Andy Farried, that's your top three. Azan Shah running up the fourth position, and Haruki Noguchi in fifth. So Haruki will definitely have his work cut out for him this weekend. It's not going to be the easiest of rounds for Haruki, but it's not too far. It's just 0.2 seconds off, so I think we can anticipate a four-way battle, perhaps even a five-way battle for the victory all the way down to the end. And definitely at the Chang International Circuit, we know that this is a layout that really can cater to some amazing battles in the ASB 1000 category. With that all said, looking at one of the legends of the Asian Road Racing Championship, it's Azan Shah. He's going to take the checker flag as he comes around the final bend now. Rear tire just slowly floating up. Being very controlled and composed is Azan Shah. He comes across the start-finish line with a 136.9 on that lap, but a 136.3 as his fastest lap. I think he can definitely be happy with what he's done so far in the session. But for now, it doesn't look like anyone else is on an improving lap. Here comes the defending champion, Zakon Zaidi. It's not on a fast lap either. Comes across the line, it's a 136.5 on that lap. By the looks of it, we just got Haruki Noguchi making his way around, but he's also on a slowdown lap. So by the looks of it, that would be the conclusion for the ASB 1000 Practice 2 session. So that concludes the ASB 1000 Practice 2 session. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a short break with the Underbone 150 Practice 2. And we're back with the action once again on track with the ARC Underbone 150 class. We have 24 riders in this very exciting category. If you look at practice one, it was quite the story. Nazrul Izzat, fastest with the 159.1, gapping Hafiza Rofa and Amafazi Sham in second and third by 0.5 seconds. Keep on going down further between 4th all the way down to 15th. The gap is just under about 2 seconds. So we should see quite a large group fighting, as we always do in the Chang International Circuit. My why. The underbone racing that we have here in Thailand truly is fantastic in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So we can only expect great things to come ahead for this weekend's races. Now on screen there, we're following the timings of Gupita Cressa and John Emerson in Guito. Gupita Cressa did come in quite well into practice one. Finished 4th fastest, 0.9 seconds off the timing of Nazrul Izzat, who just blitzed away. But 3 riders in the 159s. Gupita not doing bad at all to keep up with the pace of them. Now looking at quite the mix of riders. Ooh, John Emerson going right on the rumble strip and getting nearly out of shape there at the final turn. Now he's at the front there. Getting the slipstream from him is Dimas Julie. Now 4 of them as they come down into the first turn. And this is looking a lot more of what we will expect to see from the underbone class. Groups of riders all riding together. Now the fastest rider on track is Murray Vitoni. However, this is just the first 2 laps that we've had with these riders out on track. It's a 30-minute session, just under 25 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for these timings to change. As you know, the benchmark timing will be 1:59. However, the conditions are vastly different from what they were this morning. Just had a quick walk outside during the break, and it is soaringly hot outside. Now we're following back the action. This time it's from one of the SCK riders as well as one of the Thai riders there. It's the lights of Pacharagon Dongadlun. The young Thai riders coming up the ranks. Falling down with the action this time. Still looking at the SK rider on the hands of the young Thai rider. For now, behind him is the likes of a legendary rider, Amafazli Sham. Looks like Amafazli He's gonna take leisurely ride back to the pit lane with the legs sticking out. Behind him there's Izzat Zaidi forming up the rear. Looking down, that should be the likes of YIG. Now YIG, the interesting news about him is he is riding with a new team. He'll be riding on a team that's run by himself, so it is quite the bold move, as Barry said this morning, for the career move that he is currently running for, but it seems to be working well in his favor. He seems to be lapping, well, that's what we saw from last season, still at the top. But at the top currently, that is interesting, is the likes of Mohammad Sharo Shazras, the wildcard racer last season, and now this time coming in for the full season. So we're currently the fastest at 202.841, 0.665 seconds faster than the man on track currently. While your Ajis, he makes his way around, double left-hander into the third. It's a double apex for the flip to the right. This is really one of those sections that's rapid for the Underbones because they're going pretty much flat out. Somewhere far in front of YIG is Hazik Hamdanus, lapping quite fast as well. Should be coming across any time now. Wawan Wello now goes fastest. It's a 202.067 from Wawan Wello. It's just absolute rapid time. Nasrul Izzat, he's formed up into third at 203.2. Giancarlo Mauricio as well doing a good job there in fourth. Hafiz Arofa in fifth. And Ibrahim Moscardo looking a lot more himself. He's up into sixth fastest. 203.465. See a large group of riders now forming up down that long straight into turn 3. See a bunch of them taking the much wider line. It gives a bit more rolling speed, helps them to get to their top speed down into turn 4. So one of the Vietnamese riders has an issue there. It's either Antoine or Hu Tri. Couldn't really catch who that was. That was definitely Honda Racing Vietnam. Now following at the front of this group, that is the likes of Hazik Faris. So goes down turn 4 into triple left. Final double apex left here on screen. Right behind Hazik is the fellow Malaysian, Hafiz Arofa. Far behind them, that's the likes of Izzat Zaidi as well, forming up with the Cardinals bike. For now, Wawan Wello still the fastest time by quite a margin, 0.7 seconds faster than Sharo Shazras. Was gapping the riders behind him, but currently Wawan Wello looking on fire. It was fast as well during the test, so definitely one to look out for the season. Top speed wise as well, Wawan Wello has done a 173.7 kilometers per hour. That is the fastest top speed we have in this session currently. Also, Hazik Farah is just left alone now as he goes down the start-finish line. So a few more riders coming out. I think that's one of those was Shafiq Russell coming up from pit lane. Now we have most of the grid out on track. I think only the likes of Gubito Cresta, John Emerson Inguito, and Sharo Shazras are back in pit lane. I can see some of them taking the really wide line there, turn 3. Although I think Hazik is just looking for a group to latch onto. Doesn't look like he's really pushing on this lap by any means. Yeah, you can see him there just looking behind, trying to find where he can latch behind some slipstream. Hafiz Arofa, he's on a hot lap currently. The fastest sector 1 is coming from Hafiz Arofa, so look out for the 1x2x rider. What is interesting, however, is the two brothers, Amafaz Sham and Amafaz Sham. They are currently both 15th and 16th. Now, compared to we saw Amafaz Sham shoot up the order and he was up into 3rd in practice 1, but currently in practice 2 it's not really coming off for him. Peter Preston as well, all the way down in 17th. But that truly indicates how unpredictable this Underbone 150 class can be. As you were mentioning as well yesterday, early this morning during the practice 1, if we start naming the riders that can win a race in this category, we'll be naming nearly every single rider in this, because everyone is just more than capable, and we know that the only thing that can separate is the tactics that they take going into this large groups. I think I just saw Hafiza as well making his way around. There's Akid Aziz, he's latched behind this group. And Hafiz Arofa, he goes up into 2nd fastest at 2:02.767. So the one place that let Hafiza down was sector 3. I think if he had stitched up sector 2 and 3 a bit more cleanly, he would have been well up on top. But Wawan Wello, the monstrous sector 3 at 2:01.844. The first 2:01 that we have of the session, nearly a second clear of Hafiza and Sharo Shazras in 2nd and 3rd. The Indonesian rider, number 38, looking really strong already this weekend. I must say, if you can pull a gap of 0.9 seconds away from 2nd, he could be running away with it. But then again, to try and pull a gap in the race of an Underbone class is nearly impossible. It's like seeing a unicorn, because the second you start trying to pull away ahead, everyone's going to just latch behind the slipstream. And the best you can hope for is that you will come away with a group of just 3 or 4 riders and escape from the large hunting pack that you'll have behind you. Yeah, the screen was just Amafaz Sham coming across. The rider is going a bit slow there at the apex. Now here's a great onboard shot. We're just facing at Pacharagon from SEK. Young Thai rider making his way up the categories. So this is on board with Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, riding for the Racetech 60 racing team. 60, of course, indicating his race number 60. Truly popular rider is Wahyu Aji. And he'll be looking to put on a great show, especially with this season. We'll be heading to Mandalika, home ground for a lot of the riders in the grid for the Asia Road Racing Championship. We have some changes already. As we mentioned, it was quiet so far for the two brothers. This time, Amafaz Sham going up into 3rd, and April King Mascardo pushing himself up into 2nd, just 0.4 seconds away from Wawan Wello. Wawan Wello still the only rider doing a 2-minute 1. Now April King Mascardo a 2-minute 2.256 in 2nd. YIG as well, he's moved up into 4th. 2:02.412. These riders as they form up on this long straight down into turn 4. Front there, that's Rinaldi Pradana. So he's slowing down. He's probably going to head out for pit lane shortly. The Motorsport Expanse is going way off there. Now on screen, this is a familiar sight. Lights of Nazrul, Izzat, April King as well, riding together. Haziq Farizai just being gapped behind slightly. This front trio should bring some excitement going into the final bend. So you have just over 10 minutes left in this Underbone 150 practice 2 session. Well, currently the fastest rider on track. He's gone fastest through sector 1, so he should be able to get some slipstream here and improve his lap time further. Comes across now. It's a 2:04.43 for Wawanwelo. Haziq Fighters at 2:08, and everyone improving as well. Izam Ikmal at 2:1.5. Hafiz Arofa 2:2.0. Gupita Kresna 2:2.2. This looks more like Underbone racing already, and we have this large group of riders here all pushing for fast lap times. We should see these lap times drop steadily now. They've already breached below the 2-minute ones, so I think we might just see a 1:59 coming up from one of the riders behind at the back of this group. Somebody can leech off that massive amount of slipstream coming through. It's like a bit of a moment there for April King. This came around turn 3. A lot of shifts in position, except for Wawanwelo, who's just maintained up there now in the 2:04. Sorry, 2:0.443. Top speed wise, 181.5 kilometers per hour. The timing of Izzat Zaidi was just found himself sandwiched a little bit in this group. Should give us a decent slipstream, however. It's a few riders back. We have the likes of the young Thai rider Patragon, as well as Dimas Juli Atmoko. Into the final bend is Izzat Zaidi in front of him. His compatriot Hafiz Al-Rofa. Come down the line, and there should be improvements coming through in there. There are improvements. Izzat Zaidi momentarily up into 4th, but Amafazi Sham goes up into 1st. Muribil Vitoni up into 2nd. A 2:02 from Muribil Vitoni. Well, Amafazi Sham, a 1:59.706. That's the first 1:59 of the session. That's something you can count on with Amafazi Sham. Towards the end of the session, he will definitely show up. Izzat and YIG Trilaksana as well, improving up into 6th and 7th. 2:01.1 from the pair of them. As well as Patragon, he's also improved up into 13th. Patragon is at a 2:02.352. Just under 7 minutes left in the practice 2 for the Underbone 150 class. If you just joining us, we have this large group of riders all battling it out for the lap times. Seeing everyone just go up or down in regards to positions. But the timings are dropping. We already have a 1:59. It's Wawan Wello who's led most of this session, but Amafazi Sham and Murabil Vitoni pushing him down into third. It's already a faster Sector 2 time from Wawan Wello. They're just pushing and shoving his way through. It already looks like a race situation with everyone just bumping each other around. And into the final turn, this is what we're used to seeing with this class. Absolute appetizer for what we're going to see tomorrow in the race. For now, no improvements in regards to positions. Everyone's staying the same place, so this is the one issue. At times, yes, it does bring faster lap times when they ride in a group like this. But on the other hand, it also does disturb the lines for the riders going in to the corner. So it can as well generate slower lap times than initially desired. Sharo Shazras, who's come up for his second run, has just gone up into 7th at 2:01.138. So he's joining the most of the top 8 riders who are lapping the 2:01s. Just under 5 minutes remaining, and we're following these riders as they make their way around that triple left-hander. For now, looking at the sector times, nothing that impressive, but Hasik Fares, Izzat Zaidi, and Nazrul Izzat, 3 of them lapping quite decently throughout Sector 1. Sector 2 coming good as well for the likes of Izzat Zaidi, so look out for Izzat. He could be pulling a magical lap coming up. But he's got these 3 riders in front of him that he can slipstream off, so he should get some good drive going into the final turn. Bumping, pushing and shoving them, and Izzat Zaidi does make it across a few of the riders, including April King. Izzat Zaidi's going to try and lash behind the slipstream, and let's see, oh dear, there's a crash down there at the straight. Which 2 riders are involved there? Is that the likes of Izzat Zaidi and April King? Nazrul Izzat, I think that's the 43 of April King Mascardo. There we go. That's April and Izzat there as they exit onto the front straight. It looks like April King just tries to leech behind. Oh, there we go. So I think Izzat got too close to the likes of, I believe that's Hafiza. And April King was trying to slipstream behind Izzat. And that just caused a little bit of a train situation. And as a result, the domino effect. So that's unfortunate for the likes of Izzat, and even more unfortunate for the likes of April King. But thankfully, by the looks of it all, both riders coming away safe from that incident. Now that front group that we were all watching is now being reduced slightly. So a bunch of riders coming back into pit lane. There we go, the indication that the incident at turn 12 is currently under investigation. Very understandably so, because I feel like by the looks of it, April King was just a passenger in that situation, and he just had no way of avoiding that. So there's the majority of the riders from the group that we saw earlier coming back into pit lane. And by the looks of it, definitely the majority of the grid now back into pit lane. So with a minute and a half remaining, I think we can expect that the positions will remain as they are. I think looking at our timing screens, the only riders still out are the likes of Izam Ikamal, Wawan Wello, Pachragon Togetlung, and Nguyen Hu Tri, as well as Pascon San Luang. So we have the two SK riders, Izam Ikamal and Pachragon, the young Thai rider. Working in tandem. In front of them is the likes of Wawan Wello, still out on track. Izam going on the inside of Wawan Wello. Bit of a moment there for Izam. Now looking back at the three riders that we're looking at just now, and it looks like both Pachragon and Izam have made it past Wawan Wello. Taking advantage of the slipstream from the fast Indonesian rider. Izam Ikamal going very wide there at turn 8. Izam as well, he's just now coasting. Both Izam and Wawan Wello will be heading back to pit lane, and by the looks of it, Pachragon as well, he'll be on his final lap as he goes into the final turn. For now, it looks like the positions do remain as they were on the previous lap. Here's the young Thai rider Pachragon from the Talent Cup last season. Comes across the line now, it's a 2-minute 4.183, so that definitely wasn't the lap for him, but not too bad in the grand scheme of things. So that concludes the Practice 2 session for the ARRC Underbone 150 class. Ahmad Fazli Sham, the fastest rider, the only rider in the 159.706. Robil Vitoni in second, Wawan Wello in third, Hazik Farouz fourth, Izzat Zaidi fifth, sixth Nazrul Izzat, seventh Sharo Shazras, eighth is Wahyu Aji Trilaksana. In ninth is Izam Ikamal, 10th Hazik Hamdan, 11th Ahmad Fazli Sham, 12th Hafiza Rofa, 13th Kupita Kresna, 14th April King Mascardo, 15th John Emerson Ingrito. 16th is Akid Aziz, 17th is Pachragon Togetlung, 18th Dimas Julia Moko, 19th Reynaldi Pradana, 20th Gian Carlo Mauricio, 21st Nguyen Antoine, 22nd Pascon San Luang. 23rd is Nguyen Hu Tri, and running off 24 riders is Muhammad Shafiq Russell. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back after this with more practice sessions from across the categories.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Thank you for staying with us. We are, of course, here at Chang International Circuit for round one, day one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Well into the afternoon session now, and out on track for the second free practice of the day. This is the TVS Asia One Make Championship. TVS, of course, a major Indian motorcycle manufacturer. Began their One Make series a year ago in 2022. Actually not in the first round, but in the second round at Sepang. So they did 4 rounds this year, last year. And this year they will be doing all 6, because we have 6 rounds this year. And as I heard Daniel saying earlier in the first session, one of the things we were happy to observe during the course of 2022 was the way these bikes developed, the way they worked better with the electronics, the way the riders came on, and the bikes just got faster and faster through the season. And this season they're getting faster again, in large part because they're running slick tyres, and perhaps in some part due to the fact they've got some more experienced riders in the pack than we had last year. Indeed, if you were looking at that magnificent graphic just before this session began about the fastest 3 riders, none of them were in last year's championship. I'm referring, of course, to Muzakkir Mohammed, the Malaysian, who was previously in the AP250 class. He topped the timesheets with a 150.854, which was about half a second faster than the pole time back in November last year. Second was Piawat Patumyos, who many of you will remember as one of the top Thai AP250 riders. He's in TVS Asia One Make this year. He did a 150.95. And if your brain is one of those that retains different numbers and other information, then you might realize that that is faster than the AP250 times. So this was always the aim of project leader Warapong Malahuan and last year's champion. It was always his aim to surpass in lap times, to surpass the AP250 class. It's happened. It happened this morning. As these riders rumble across, you can hear the engines there. They are 310cc singles, 310cc BMW engine, and you can see just how effective it is. And it's a really good comparison with the twins of the AP250 class to see that they are so close in lap times. In 3rd place this morning in FP1 was another rider new to this class, but not at all new to ARRC, and that was Ramdan Rosley, whom we saw as a wild card in the last round of last year, but we've seen him many times over the last few years in ARRC. So those are the fastest 3 this morning. And 4th fastest was KY Ahmed, the Indian rider, who started to come good towards the end of the season last year and looks extremely promising. And that left the defending champion and project leader Warapong Malahuan in 5th place, 1.5 seconds behind the fastest time that was set, as I said, by Muzakkir Mohammed. So let's see what happens in this one. Let's see what Warapong has up his sleeve by way of answering it. This is a circuit he knows well. He is a wonderful quality rider. There he is on the number 7 machine. Just looking for him out on track. Oh, sorry, he's wearing the number 1 this year. The champion's plate. And number 7 is in fact Deepak Ravikumar, who was racing last year. A lot of changes here. That was number 8 just going through Kuin Chang, the Filipino rider. good to have Filipino representation in this class too. And it is Piawat who set the early fastest time. Well, that was a 151.161, and just looking at the top speed, he stopped the radar at 206.8 kilometers per hour. So it seems like these 310s are a little faster, and that could explain the difference, which is about half a second or so between the lap times that the best of the TVS Apache RR Apaches are doing and the fastest AP250s. All these bikes, of course, look the same, so you need to get used to the numbers and the helmets. Arshad Rushdie, another rider returning for this season. He developed really well during 2022. Took a pole position here at Chang International indeed in the last round. Got a couple of decent finishes too. That's Arshad, number 5 there with the green and pink helmet, just alongside the number 10 bike of Ramdan Rosley, newcomer to the class, but clearly enjoying himself. Number 11 going through there, that's Muzakir Mohammed, so another one to watch out for. Ramdan Rosley, number 10. Rosley 10. Muzakir at number 11, and there's an engine gone, and that is Fugo Tanaka, the Japanese rider. Bike has blown. So let's hope. They seem to get off the track pretty quick. Hopefully there's no oil on the track. The marshals will be checking that now. The marshals at Chang International Circuit, well known as among the very best in the world. The circuit now open for just over 8 years. It opened in 2014, October, and they very soon started getting awards. As they trained initially for World Superbikes, and then of course for the last, they've had 3 MotoGP rounds here. So there is number 1 in the white helmet, Vorapong Malahuan, leading the way in that group. Number 13 going through there, that's Piawat. He did top and lead the timesheets for a long time this morning before being pipped by Muzakir. So there's a little group to watch. Number 8, Kuin Hans Chang. We have yet to see what he can do, but he's being passed on the inside by Piawat. Piawat, fast rider, has taken many pole positions while racing in the AP250 class for Thai Honda. And another of the strong riders from last year, Dekitiano Aldi. He faded just in the back end of the season, but finished 3rd. And he took along the way 2 seconds and a 1st place last season. So Dekitiano, the Indonesian, another one to watch in a really competitive field. Piawat still sitting on the top with a 150.0, so that's an improvement of more than 0.8 of a second over this morning. This morning's best time of Muzakir. Sorry, 50.012. So he's almost a second clear of Muzakir at the moment. This is a 20-minute session and we're halfway through, just over halfway through, with 9 minutes remaining. Ramdan Rosley in 3rd, as he was this morning, currently on a 151.4. So 2 riders in the 150s, but one of them, Piawat, well clear at the top. seems that engine blow-up of Fugo Tanaka hasn't caused any problems. There's been no oil flags, nobody changing lines, so we are good. Jagan Kumar, the number 6 machine, experienced Indian, made a comeback from injury last year, improved as the season went on. So it'll be good to see more of him. So there's a really good mix in this class of experienced riders and rookies. It's the more experienced ones that are near the top now. By that I mean Piawat, Muzakia, Brandon Rosley, Deki Tiano, and the champion, number 1, Warapong Malahuan. He is sporting the number 1 champion's plate and hounding Piawat. And moving inside as they come into turn 4. There won't be a whole lot of feathering of the throttle through there as Warapong goes ahead. His best time in this session is 52.3. So nothing like what he's capable of, but about equivalent to his best time this morning. Looking at the sectors, nothing remarkable there, so he's got a good pace. Oh, he's just done his best sector 2. Somebody's gone wide there, but it's not Warapong. Piawat happy to let Warapong go for the time being. Not challenging him. And behind them, Kerwin, the Filipino. So they come to complete another lap with almost 7 minutes remaining in this session. There goes Warapong, chased by Muzakia. He's done a 152.3, Warapong. That time around was a 151.521, so significant improvement, and lifts him into P4 on the timing screens. So there's 3 new riders at the top, or 3 new riders to this class at the top, and Warapong, champion, best of the rest, followed by Deki Tiano Aldi, who was 3rd in fact in the TVS Asia One Make Championship last season. Filipino Kerwin is in 6th. The Indian veteran, number 7. We just watched number 14. That's Darren Pop Tong Yoi. That's him, the number 14. Good to see another Thai rider in this championship. Getting a good view of him. Darren Pop was 10th with the best time 154.8 in the last session, so significant improvement for him. 152.9 this time around. There's Kerwin. I think he's being followed by Muzakia. Yep, Kerwin, Muzakia on their own bit of track there at the moment. They're going to be coming into pit lane. Those 2 plus the rider that was following them. So they slip off. The pit lane entry is just after turn 11. So it runs parallel down to with the track to turn 12. Piawat, the session leader, is in the pits, and a little clutch of 5 riders coming up now. Piawat, the number 13, is among them, just letting the others go past him. Takes a look behind, nobody there for now. Oh yes, there is. Here comes another rider. So those 5 set off on their out lap. Buzakira's in the pits. Arshad Rushdie currently sitting in 8th place on a 1:52.6. He's in the pits. KY Ahmed, we haven't seen too much of him. We won't until he comes out of the pits. And Deepak is on an out lap and probably amongst that lot. Jagan Kumar, number 7, tracking Piawat on this out lap. So nobody out there flying at the moment. So these bikes, the Apache RR310, you can buy a normal Apache 310, and this bike, the race bike that's been homologated, is much lighter. It's got carbon fibre bodywork, carbon fibre rear frame, and a much more powerful engine. The engines, like in AP250, are managed using the software by I'll think of the name in a minute. It's just totally escaped me as we watch Deepak coming through there, taking a look behind. Not sure what that was all about. So there goes Jagan Kumar, number 6, number 7. Deepak Ravi Kumar, 2 Indians together. 2 of them in this series this year. A couple of them scampering away at the front. Orapong, I think, is on an out lap. Nobody really flying. We've got just 1 minute and 45 seconds left, so this will be the last chance they get for a flying lap. So these two go hammering down towards turn 4. So Piawat and Randan Rosley, both in the top 3 this morning. Decent sector 1s, but no sign of the order being upset too much. Piawat still remains almost 0.9 of a second clear at the top. Put the clock on these guys, but sector 2, okay, but it's not going to beat Piawat's time. But useful track time, useful quick track time for these two in any case. Let's see how the clock's going. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51.6 and 51.7 for those two. So no improvement. They start their final flying lap. Checkered flag will be out next time they come around. Said earlier, these bikes running slicks and going quicker than they were last year. Going through there is Dekitiano Aldi, one of the top riders from last year. Ended up 3rd in the championship. And everybody except has gone through to complete his final lap. Deepak's in the pit. Louis Abelard is in the pit, but we haven't caught him on track yet. So this session pretty much done. Checkered flags wave with the assistance not only of the marshal, but a bit of a breeze there. You can see the flags fluttering. When we go to the static camera shot, you'll probably see the camera moving a little bit in the wind. So here on screen is Jagan Kumar, number 6. Steady session for him. finishes in the middle of the pack, 152.3. There is Vorapong. He's just gone through sector 2 pretty fast. So he's trying to lift himself into the top 3. Going to have to pick up a few more tenths in the final sector to do that. Let's see if he's managed it. So as you can see, 151. Yep, he's improved a little bit. But that's left him in 4th place. He was 5th after this morning's session. Now 4th. It will be interesting to get his take on the new blood that's in there. The top 3 again. Same people, different order. To get his take on the kind of threat that they will pose come qualifying and the race. So let's just take a look at those results. There we go, Pierre Watt, fastest, 150.012. Full 0.8, almost 0.9 of a second clear of Muzakir Mohammed. Ramdan Rosli 3rd. Vorapong Malohan number 1. 4th position, 5th Dekitiano Aldi, the Indonesian. 6th Filipino Kerwin Heinz Chang. 7th Jagan Kumar. 8th Arshad Rushdi, the sole Singaporean rider in this series. Darren Pop Tong Yoi from Thailand in 9th. 10th KY Ahmed. 11th Fugo Tanaka, who blew his engine early in the session. Deepak Ravi Kumar was 12th. 13th Tayo Sato. And Louis Abelard, who we didn't catch on screen, number 14. So another great session there for Pierre Watt. And we look forward to seeing what he can do in qualifying and the race. So we're going to take a short break. Coming up next is going to be the 3rd free practice session for Supersport 600. So stay with us, go and grab a drink and come back to join us for Supersport 600 free practice 3. Let me just check as I've do beg your pardon. We'll be back with AP250s in just over 6 minutes from now. So stay with us, we'll see you in 6 minutes. Welcome back to a bright and slightly breezy Buriram. We are here at Chang International Circuit for free practice day for round 1 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And this is the 3rd free practice session for the AP250s. Bikes are just coming out on their outlap. These riders looking pretty leisurely as they just come down the long straight from turn 3 to turn 4. And the story of the AP250s so far from today, and indeed from the 2 official test days, is somebody needs to get amongst the 3 Astra Honda riders who've dominated so far this week. And by dominate, I mean the 3 riders all locking out the podium, the first 3 places. I'm not predicting anything about the podium because things can change, but their dominance has been really remarkable this week. There was official tests here on Tuesday and Wednesday. So going out there on track, that white and purpley coloured machine that we saw just now, number 94, is piloted by Warwick Tongno Pakun, who is actually a product of the Thai Honda School of Racing. And talking about teams, here comes the Motul Sniper bikes of number 16, which is Irfan Ardiancia, returning to the class after a season in Supersport 600s. He was the leading bike coming out there, and he was joined by Liu Chun Mei, the rider from Chinese Taipei, and Aiki Iyoshi, a regular and familiar sight on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Teammate to championship winner for 2022, Andy Fadley. Fadley, of course, has moved up to Supersport 600s and is making a good start there. So there you can see at the front is Muqtada Sarapuch, number 11 bike. Just behind her is Tanat Leon Pliao, one of her new teammates. And amongst those are the 2 EEST bikes. Let's take a look. Oh, Warwick, number 94. I think the other one was Watcherin. We'll take another look. The number 25, if I'm right, is Watcherin Tubtimon, a rider that we got used to seeing in as one of the front runners in the Asia Talent Cup, amongst other things. And there are the number 11, another newcomer to this class, Tanat Leon Pliao, one of a long and distinguished line of riders coming through under Thailand's talent system. And one of the most prominent by far is the rider on the bike that was slightly twitchy there going through turn 12, and that is Muqtada Sarapech. She last competed in this class in 2019, the pre-pandemic season, when she finished 4th in the championship. Despite being amongst the leaders a lot, she had a little bit of bad luck and a few errors of judgment that kept her off the top. But she is back this time. She just waved Tanat to come past her. She's let Warwick go past her as well. And Watcherin looking for some space. And just going through there is the number 17 machine of Mohsin Paramban, one of 2 new Indian riders in the Honda Racing India squad. Going through there is Aiki Yoshi on the 2nd of the green bikes. moment we have a Thai Honda at the top of the timing screen. That is the Thai Honda of Jakrapat Pudisan. And there we've got number 54, the first of those two bikes going through, the newcomer to the Astra Honda AP250 team, Vida Ega Pratama, and he's being tracked by Herjanatna Firdaus. He was very much a form rider in this class at the end of last season. And we're talking about the talent system of Honda Thailand. Well, the Astra Honda Indonesian talent system is no less effective. This season they have two experienced riders, Herjanatna and of course Reza Danica Arens, senior of those riders, whichever way you want to interpret senior. Senior in age, senior in experience. He missed out on the championship last year on a countback to Andy Fadley, who took the title. And he won the AP250 Championship in 2018. These are his two teammates, flying without the master at the moment. So we've got we've got 5 tyres at the top of the timing screen currently. But as soon as I was getting those words out, Reza Danica, Herjan and Vida Ega Pratama all inserted themselves into the top 5. So that leaves only Jakrapat, who's still at the top, and Herjan and Tanat Leon Pliao, who's currently in 4th. Irfan Ardiancia in 6th. Warwick down to 7th now, and Muqtadar down to 8th. These bikes going especially well. They found something this season. There have been some revisions to this CBR 250 RR, which have reached Indonesia and Vietnam. Not sure whether they've reached Thailand yet. So Herjanatna comes through to let his new teammate Vida Ega watch how he finds his way around this Chang International Circuit. The temperature's super hot outside. Perhaps slightly less super hot than it has been, but no, it's not. It's really hot. It's 39 degrees, and that's the air temperature. That probably means the track temperature is close to 65. So we saw the fastest time setting cooler temperatures this morning. These guys were out at around 9 o'clock. So let's see what they do this time. Reza Danica, their teammate, is on a quick lap. No change at the top from those two this time, as Vida Ega moves back in front of those two. Irfan Haykal was one of the bikes going through there. We've just got a first view of those in this session. The number 41 Hidemitsu Bunsu Honda. So Reza Danica not there, but yes, there he is. Turning up the pressure now, and they were looking at Wahyu Nugroho, newcomer to this class, although not to the Asia Road Racing Championship. He's on the number 89 Indonesian Yamaha. Just chasing there, Aiki Iyoshi, very fast Japanese rider who did not manage, for a whole variety of reasons, not the least of which was pure bad luck, to string together a good season last year. And maybe a little contact there as he went past, but nothing dramatic on Wahyu Nugroho. Wahyu, I do believe, has come through the Underbone racing system in Indonesia, so he wouldn't be fazed by a little rub with somebody out on track. Kiyoshi just gets himself clear towards the end of that lap. Reza Danica has jumped to the top with a 151.11. Jakrit, who was the early leader in this session, is still in P2 with a very decent 151.446, so just 0.3 back from Reza Danica. Reza was the fastest in free practice too with a 151.1, whereas Hergen was the fastest this morning in cooler conditions with a 150.66. The pole position time, which was earned by Piawat Patumios, now this season racing in TVS Asia 1 make, was 152.428. So the difference is down to what we were talking about earlier, this class running on Dunlop slick tyres this season. There's the Honda Vietnam rider, Nguyen Duc Tan, coming up close to Wahyu Nugroho. Two Vietnamese in this class and two in the AP250s this season, so it's good to see Honda Vietnam expanding. Wahyu lets him go, and he's got two more riders coming up behind him. And there is another newcomer this season, Haruki Noguchi's teammate, no less. That is Chihiro Ishii. Chihiro earlier today put in a best time 154.5, pretty decent for a first competitive outing at Chang International. That is Irfan, green bike, pink helmet, Irfan Ardiancia. One of the quickest riders in AP250s. I think he was third in the championship in 2019. He went to 600s last year, and we are welcoming him back to the AP250s, and he's going nicely back in this class. The number 17 bike there is Mohsin Pramban, who's looked pretty game in testing. The lap times have yet to come, but he's putting the work in. He's being followed by, it's not Aiki Yoshi, but another of the Motul snipers. So it's Liu Chung Mei on the Motul sniper bike, you can see there. Mohsin, as I said, he's looking game. He's going up the inside. The Bunsu Honda there, I couldn't see which one that was, but they've run off to let people run past safely. No particularly quick laps out there. This is a 30-minute session. We're just over halfway through as we take another look at Mohsin. In the all-new rider lineup for Honda Racing India, and going way off track there. His best lap so far, 155. So he looks like a game enough racer. He just needs to get the speed going here. The Honda India rider we got used to seeing most is Setu Rajiv, who this year is riding for Victor Racing Yamaha. We haven't seen him yet in this session, so maybe a few problems there, but there is Reza Danica, who doesn't who rarely seems to have any kind of problem at all. He's a very cool customer, very assured, very experienced. And if you want a comment from him about something, he will always give you a kind of a logical, well-reasoned argument. And we're looking at Warwick there, the number 94 machine. Following one of the Bunsu Hondas. There's Idlan Hakimi, indeed, the Bunsu Honda rider that just went off, leaving Warwick, number 94, alone on that nicely decked out EST NJT Honda. It's not going particularly fast at the moment, probably, yes, the leg says, going to come into the pits as the Honda of Idlan comes in to challenge Mohsin through turn 12, nice and steady. They stay off the green. Idlan's best lap so far, 154.1, so he's still got some work to do too as they come out of the shade and into the sun on the home straight. Meanwhile, in the Motor Sniper pit, Heiki Iyoshi taking a break. And Irfan Ardiancia wearing that distinctive pink KYT helmet, waiting to go out. Mohsin and Hakimi. Hakimi runs off deliberately. That's a good look around, but no business this time. But Mohsin's doing the right thing. He's getting some laps in, getting to know his way around. With most of the other riders in the pits now, he's got the track to himself. Oh, and down he goes. Just pushing a little bit too hard on the front, and it went from underneath him very quickly. So he will have felt the heat from that tarmac as he slid briefly along on his backside. But he's okay. Here we go. Just watch the front go to the wrong way. That's it. Dust, sparks, that's it. But no real harm done. And the team should be able to polish whatever the damage is back out pretty quickly. Maybe not for this session, there's only 10 minutes left. So that's his free practice 3 done for Mohsin. And Muqtada going slowly here, making her way out of pit lane. Just decided to push the speed limit a little bit and pass the other riders there to get to the front of that group. So let's see what she's got on her mind. She's currently down in 11th place in this session, so she won't be happy finishing there. Nguyen Duc Tan, the number 193 Vietnamese Honda, leading that group. Indonesian Yamaha just behind, and there is number 89 Wahyu Nugroho on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Nice shot of him as he goes into turn 4. There's Hurjan there that ran wide, but we're back with Wahyu. Wahyu Nugroho was 10th this morning, best time 153.4. He has bettered that with a 153 in this session. Yeah, that's his best time of the day in this session. Back there with Warret on that very distinctive EEST NJT Honda. as somebody goes in the wrong direction just behind him. So that's Warrett, number 94. He's got Irfan Haikal, number 41, just trying to come up inside him, but deciding to stay in line. Mayu Nugroho at the back of that group. Just under 8 minutes remaining here. Quite the fireworks we saw earlier. But lap times very similar. In fact, I just did a double take, but Reza Danika's time that he leads the free practice 3 timesheets with is exactly to 1,000th of a second the same as it was in free practice 2. Thai rider Jack Ripat, Thai Honda rider Jack Ripat doing well to keep himself in second place. He is breaking up that Astra Honda dominance. And Irfan, on his return to the class, is in 4th behind Vida Egger, the new rider in the Astra Honda team in this class. And there goes Chihiro Ishii on the SDG Honda, Haruki Noguchi's teammate. So they're running this season, they're running Superbike, ASB 1000 with Haruki and Chihiro in AP 250s. And there's another of the 4 females in this class, that is Muqtada Serapuch, with that bright yellow number 44 and the green helmet. Pushing it hard through turn 12. Muqtada never leaves anything in the garage, and yet she is currently in 8th place. So that was her best lap so far. She was down in 11th. And she's got 3 or 4 more laps, 3 laps that she can get in before we finish. And there is Jack Ripat, one of the new Honda Thailand riders. And he's trying to take the paddock stand with him. No harm done. So Jack Ripat, the rider in 2nd place on his first outing in AP 250s. A good deal quicker than the one you'd have to say is the team leader, Muqtada. She does take a natural leadership role in that team. There we have Warrett. As I was saying a little earlier today, there is a close relationship between the EST private team and the official Honda Racing Thailand team. And you've seen a little bit of crossover. But in this little group here, you've got 2 Bunsu Hondas of Irfan and Idlan. Warrett at the front of those. And another group following on, but nothing on the timing screens indicates that the order will change. There are 4 minutes left. Little group of riders there, but nothing changing at the top. Muqtada up to 6th. One of her other teammates, new teammates, Tanat Leon Pliao, I beg his pardon, is in 7th, just behind Muqtada. And who else can we pick out here? Ferozi Torakatullah is in 8th place on 152.7. And Wahyu Nugroho, who's had a decent, hard-working outing, is in 9th, and completing the top 10 is Warren, number 94, who we were just looking at. But now we're looking at another of the Indian riders who looks game, Kevin Sama Quintal, the number 50, and now there we are with Veda Ega, the number 54, at the front of that little group. And I think that's Herjin just behind him, and one of the Thai Hondas behind him. Perhaps that is Jack Rapat, who's keen to get amongst those Astras. He's in the sandwich between Reza and Veda Ega at the moment on the timing screen. Nothing to choose between those three as they go down the long straight. Aggressive riding there from Jack Rapat around the outside on that turn 4. That takes cojones. Did run him a little bit wide, but he's managed to get in front once again of Herjan. So some nice jousting going on here. So Irfan Ardiancia just behind one of the Bunsu Hondas as well. The best Bunsu Honda rider is, just to check, can't see that on the screen at the moment. Anyway, let's look at these. So that is Jack Rapat, number 20. It's been impressive today. Looks aggressive, looks confident as he comes out of that really difficult turn 12. Best lap 154. The Honda Thailand team looking on. But as a selection for this year, that looks like a good one. Yeah, there's 1 minute left, so these riders were most likely on their final lap of this session, and therefore of today for this class. 54, Veda Ega, that was a good sector 1 from him. So he's going to try and push his way past Jack Rapat on the timing screens. He's leading him on track at the moment. So an interesting little game of cat and mouse between these two in the closing moments of this session. In 4th is Irfan. Fifth currently Herjan. And Veda Ega, another good sector. Sector 2 was quick. Jack Rapat did a good sector 2 as well. So these two perhaps pushing each other on. I don't think they've been holding each other up. You can see how hard they were trying there. That was an improvement there from Jack Rapat, who gets to the top of the timing screens right at the last knocking as he passed the checkered flag. So he's pushed Reza Danica into P2. We look now at number 16, Irfan on the Motul Sniper Kawasaki come through. Good session from him, he's P4. The Thai Honda crew there hiding their elation at that performance. That's Muqtada coming across. She finishes P7 on a 152.6. And his little clutch of riders all getting in each other's way, so they're unlikely to trouble the timing screen now. No, so that's it. There we are. There's a little congregation at the practice start point on the back straight. But what a nice performance from Jakrapat Pudisan. He's been quick all the way through. He has broken the dominance. That's what I said we needed at the beginning of this session. And he's the person who's done it. He's got not only broken them up, but got right on top of them. So that was Jakrapat from Reza Danica and Vida Egger. And we'll have a look at the results coming up in just a moment. And there we are, the newcomer, Jakrapat Pudisan, 151.104, fastest in free practice 3. He was ahead of Reza Danica RNs, the 2018 champion. In third place, Vida Egger Pratama. Fourth, Irvana Ardiancia for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Fifth, Herjanatna Firdaus. Sixth, Waret Tong Nopakun. Seventh, Tanat Leong Pliao. Eighth, Muqtada Serapech. Ninth, Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. His teammate just behind him in P10, Wayu Nugroho. 11th, Aiki Yoshi. 12th, Idlan Hakimi. 13th, Chihiro Ishii for SDG MS Hawk Pro Honda. 14th, Irfan Haikal. And 15th, Watcherin Tubtimon for EST NJT. 16th, Kevin Samar Quintal. 17th, Cal Vietnam. Quiet session for him. 18th, Nguyen Tuk Duk Tan. So the two Vietnamese together. 19th, Liu Chun Mei for Motul Sniper. 20th, Mohsin Paramban, who we saw had a crash late in that session. Louis Ruihan for EST NJT. 21st, 22nd, Setu Rajiv, who spent that session in the pits, unfortunately for him. So that's the AP 250s done for the day with their 3 practice sessions completed. Coming up next at 4 o'clock, so that's in about 6 minutes from now, the Supersport 600s. So I'm going to get out of the way and let Daniel Bogas talk you through that one. But plenty to talk about in all these classes. Lots of new riders, lots of surprises. We'll be back with you in just 6 minutes from now, so please stay with us.
Welcome back to the action on track. This time it's with the ARC Super Sport 600 and Ratapong Hilarot getting all out of shape into turn 3. Here in the pit we still have Galang Hendra, who took a fall earlier on this morning. And Galang, of course, coming back into the Asia Road Racing Championship, and he'll be looking to hunt down a podium or two. We all know the quality that Galang brings into this championship. But for now, really, the charge from Karol Idampawi has just been spectacular. Topping every single session that we've had here this week in the Chang International Circuit. Fastest time in practice 2 earlier was a 139.7 from Idampawi. And in practice 1 it was a 139.2 in cooler conditions. The ambient temperature around the track is still blazing hot, but the sun is starting to set now, so we should get the temperatures dropping steadily. With the temperatures dropping, I think the lap times should be dropping as well, so we'll see what happens in this third practice session. Riders will have had both the practice sessions to more or less gauge what they're doing in regards to timing with different setups. For now, just 25 minutes left in this session. It is, of course, a 30-minute session for the Super Sport 600. Now, just looking out on track there, I believe that is Alexaketo Abe. Now, for now, we're looking at the Bunsu Honda racing team. It's the likes of Idampawi and Helmi Azman. Usually we'd see Azoi Hakim Anwar in this frame, but it's not to be seen with the pair of these riders. I think he's somewhere not too far behind them. Yeah, there he is. There's Idampawi ahead of Helmi Azman. And just as it was in the previous sessions, Idampawi once again at the top of the timing, a 139.901. The only rider in the 139s currently. However, with that said, it's only been 2 laps elapsed, so we should be seeing this lap time drop further. The lead dangling from both Ian Paui and Helmi there. You see Azra just trying to tail them, just trying to follow the pace of his teammates in front of him. For now, Ian Paui looking again strong through Sector 2, but through Sector 1, Panason Kawasanti has been really strong, so I think there should be a couple of positions up for the Thai rider. And yes, it is up into third, a 140.1. Nakarin, he's gone faster now, up into second, a 139.944. But for now, we bring back our focus to the three Malaysian riders, Ian Paui, Helmi Azman, and Azra Hakim Anwar. And into the final turn, it should be a good lap from Helmi Azman as well, since he's just followed the pace behind his teammate in front of him. Here comes Ian Paui across. Oh, it's a 140.0, so it's not an improvement. He was fastest through Sector 2 and Sector 3, but Sector 1 was the disappointing sector for Ian Paui. Azra Hakim Anwar, he's gone up into fourth, 140.4. Follow the riders into turn 3, and it looks like Helmi's just really sticking to the pace of Cairo Ian Paui in front of him. Yeah, it's looking like a better first sector from the number 89. So if he can replicate what he did in Sector 2 and Sector 3 in the previous lap, this should be a faster lap time. For now, it's a rough start for Kitabe. He hasn't gone out on track yet. Well, he has, but he's gone straight back into the pit lane, so he has no time yet. But in practice too, it was very impressive from the rider on the 1XX TKKR Racing Team machine, a 139.993. Coming out there, I believe that was Ratapong. We saw had a huge moment going into turn 3 on the previous opening lap. So perhaps some adjustments made and he'll be ready to go out. For now, here's Cairo Ian Paui, comes across the line, a 139.7, so that's an improvement for him. Goes up even faster now at the top. So that's already matching nearly what he has done in practice 2. His teammate Helmi Azman taking second fastest, the only other rider besides Ian Paui and Nakarin into the 39s, a 139.8 from Helmi Azman. The teammate, however, Azra Hakim Anwar, he's down into 5th still. He still hasn't broken 139s. Looking slightly further back, there's the two Thai riders, the shape of Nakarin and Panason. So the pair of them riding in tandem, and it's really working for them. They're 3rd and 4th fastest currently. So in the race situation, it would seem that the battle would really be between the top 5 for the win. That is, if Azrai can stitch up some consistent laps. Because as of right now, Cairo Ian Paui is just blitzing the pack. He's gone fast again through Sector 2, but it seems that Sector 1 is where Ian Paui is a bit weaker compared to the rest of the riders behind him. So for now, here we follow the two Thai riders, Nakarin and Panason. Number 41, number 15 into the final turn. Panason a bit of a duck there. Comes Nakarin in a bit of a slide, bit of a moment there on the gas. Looks behind him, sees his teammate there. Comes across a 1 minute 40.5 and a 1 minute 40.7 for the two riders. And Ian Paui has come across and he's gone even faster again, a 139.714. Just looking into the pit box right now. You can see the likes of now coming out again, it's Ratapong. Now just 18 minutes left in the Supersport 600 free practice 3. But it looks like Panason Kauson Thi has gone up into the first position with a 139.663, just pushing Carolina Paui slightly down into second, 0.051 seconds faster than Panason. Sorry, Panason is 0.051 seconds faster than Carolina Paui. Let me see just Helmi Asman just alone there. But it looks good. Paui is still out on track somewhere, but we're just not sure where he is. I think it's somewhere where Helmi was looking around. But here we're filling Panason, currently the fastest rider in the session. So we have the top 4 all doing 139s. And it looks like Azrai's been in the pit for a while. Perhaps something just still not matching the way he wants the bike to behave. Oh, so this is interesting now. Helmi Asman has lashed himself behind Nakarin. So he'll probably want to gauge what the Thai riders will be doing this weekend. But the raise of the leg there for Helmi, so I think Helmi will be heading back to pit lane. It looks like that is the case for now. Let's see, Panason. It's not the most impressive lap coming in from him, but it should be a higher 139s, I believe. It's not the push down to the line, I know it's a 140.183. Yeah, by the looks of it, there we go. Carolina Paui, Helmi Asman and Nakarin all heading back to pit lane. Keep your eyes out for Ratapong. Ratapong is really on a hot lap currently as Carolina Paui, Azrai and Helmi go back to the pits. Sector 1 is the fastest currently from Ratapong and is fast as well through Sector 2, so I think Ratapong will find his way into the top 5. Ratapong comes across, yes, he goes 5th fastest now, 1 minute 40.173, so again it was just a slightly disappointing 3rd sector from Ratapong this time. He's still looking really strong in this category this weekend. In practice 2 as well, Ratapong was 4th fastest at 1 minute 40.124, so he's matching what he did in practice 2. So that's only just 0.5 seconds away from the likes of Panason and Carolina Paui. So here we follow Ratapong Wilarot riding for the Yamaha Racing Team Thailand. Behind him there, who's just overtaken him, is Soichiro Minamimoto, the Japanese rider, currently running in 7th, not too bad at all, 0.9 seconds away from Panason Kauson Thi's fastest lap time. Soichiro lapping in the 140.586. Now if you look at practice 2, it was a bit of a struggle for Soichiro, so he has improved in practice 2. He was doing a 1 minute 40.7. In practice 1, a 1 minute 40.2. But then again, practice 1 was in the morning. The temperatures were much cooler. It's easier on the bike, easier on the tires, and easier on the riders. So there's another higher 1 minute 40 timing from the Japanese rider. See the focus faces of the 3 Bunsu Honda riders. You can see Helmi looking the most worked out of the 3 of them. Paui and Azrai is looking quite relaxed. For now, here's Soichiro Minamimoto. Done in that black fairing of the Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team ASEAN. Bit squiggly there as he goes on the rumble strip under the brakes, but keeps it well under control. Looking at Soichiro's sector times, it shouldn't be a bad lap, but I don't think it's going to push him into the top 5. Through sector 2 as well, 38.6. So that should be somewhere in the lower 140s, I believe. But for now, we're just following the Japanese rider, the number 22. As he makes his way to the final turn. He's got to get a good drive as he exits this final push, and he comes out now. It doesn't look like it's going to be a fast lap at all yet. It's a 1 minute 40.742. Here's another Japanese rider, Keito Abe. Keito riding for the 1XOX TKKR racing team. Keito looking really good in practice 2, second fastest overall. He should definitely be able to bring the fight towards the 3 Hondas which have been dominating. Actually, it's more like the 4 or 5 Hondas which are fighting at the top. Then again, we also have to take into account that Ratapong is really fast run here. And he's currently 5th fastest in the practice 2. He was 4th fastest. So Ratapong still very well in the mix. And Marlis Nikito will be heading back to pit lane. I think he was about to set a decent lap time as well, but perhaps something not sitting right. And also with most of the riders heading back to pit lane, perhaps it might be wise to just take a quick breather. Now there's one of the Victor Racing bikes for this weekend, Sha Juntong, who didn't do too bad at all. 2.2 seconds off the fastest lap time in practice 2. I think in practice 1 it was a 3 second gap, so he has managed to close the gap slightly. For Sha Juntong now, as he makes his way around the final turn. There should be a decent lap coming in from Sha Juntong. And a decent sector 2. And so yeah, he does improve his time at 142.142. Closes the gap between himself and Ahmad Afif Amran. So between Sha Juntong and Afif Amran is 0.027 seconds. Afif really struggling to find the pace here in the Super Sport 600 class. Here we're getting a good look at one of the riders who has graduated into the intermediate class. And a few, we have Adinanta Putra, and this is Gary Salim, who's gone back into the intermediate class. And we also have another graduate, Andi Muhammad Fadli. He's also joining the intermediate class this time. Maybe the mechanics furiously at work trying to get Ratapong's bike into a fighting position. Well, to be fair, it already is in a great fighting position. Perhaps he just want a little bit more and squeeze a little bit extra out of the bike. Here's Andi Muhammad Fadli. So he's made a change, a bit of a struggle under braking there, so plenty of chatter. But yeah, Andy, the AP250 champion for 2022. So he's not only jumped up into the intermediate class, but he has also changed manufacturer. Now he's riding for Yamaha. Let's ride on that very beautiful looking Yamaha YZF R6. Just remember Andy's campaign last season, it was quite the dramatic campaign. Because of the lead that he pulled out so early in the championship, he had to take certain, shall we say, call it equalizers, as Barry called it last season, which kept the competition so fierce did make him struggle towards the end of the championship to try and keep the championship title's hopes up. But nevertheless, he still pushed on forward, soldiered through, and managed to come out as the victor in the 2022 season. Now, but looks with the three Bunsi Honda riders are all out on track again. There you go, Helmi Asman, number 32. But looks with Panason and Nakarin still back in the pit box, so perhaps they'll push out a bit later. Fratapong as well, who we saw coming out. So pretty much everyone except for Panason, Nakarin, and Soichiro Minamimoto are out on track currently. Sha Juntong is actually pushed Afif down into 14th. He's only 2.016 seconds away from Panason's time. So Sha Juntong really improving well. It's great to see from the Victor Racing team. Starting to push up the order and close the gap. For now, there's Helmi Asman leading in front of him. Leading behind him. It's the likes of Karol Idampawi, and behind Idampawi is the likes of Azwar Hakim Anwar. I think one of the Thai Hondas, they are tailing in the likes of this trio. Kito Abe as well, joining this group of 5 now. So they'll be trying to feed off the time that Helmi and Idampawi are trying to set currently. Idampawi just deeper on the brakes and really able to catch up with his teammate quite easily. And here comes Helmi and Karol Idampawi. Karol Idampawi goes fastest now, 139.498. The fastest lap time in this weekend so far in the official weekend has been a 139.2 by none other than Karol Idampawi. So he's getting closer and closer to that, a 139.4. He's pushed Panason down into second, a 0.165 gap. Looks for the two Thai Honda riders as well. They've come out now, Panason and Nakarin. But it's a good look at Galang Hendra Pratama. Still getting accustomed to the machinery and the track. One thing for sure that we can say is that Galang really is one of those riders with heaps of talent, and we know he can always bring a spark into any race that he competes in. Now here's the one expects TKKR Racing team rider Kito Abe, currently running in 9th, so not really replicating what he was able to do in the second practice session. Just looking down now, you can see a couple of the Honda Thailand riders just making their way around. Beautiful LED board over the start-finish line there for the Chang International Circuit. Following Panason Kausanti. Makes his way across the line with a 139.933. Still not breaking what Karol Idampawi has done. Now here we are following Panason Kausanti. Behind him should be Nakarin. There we go, Nakarin Atira Puvapat. Them racing for Honda Racing Thailand. falling exit there of Panasonic. Very clean looking exit as he makes his way around. I must say, even though the charge from Karo Irampawi has been so strong and he's been so consistent in the mid 139s as well in this run, but Panasonic has been so impressive. Like, in regards to Roddy, we can really see that he looks very calm, composed. Looks like he has a bit of aggression, but most notably of all is the calmness and the aggression. Panasonic. The previous lap he's done a 139.933. The funny thing is, looking at the way that Panasonic is just making it looking easy. I'd say Panasonic's probably running, or would probably be a race setup, looking at the consistency of the lap times. Just under 2 minutes left in the session. We're following Karo Irampawi. So Irampawi has really topped almost every single session that we've had. And currently he is topping this session. 139.933 from the Malaysian rider. Now following still Irampawi is making his way around. Just slightly over a minute left in the Super Sport 600. Practice 3. Really starts to get interesting now because we're starting to see the pattern of where the riders would be, and it looks like for now this weekend is Irampawi's to lose. Tomorrow there is no warm-up session, it's straight into the qualifying session, so this really is the last time that they will get to grace this track surface and gather data for the all-important races tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, kind of trickling down the time now. We're just looking at the likes of Panasonic Sonthi. We're looking earlier just now at the likes of Irampawi. Now we're looking at Adinanta Putra. I must say Adinanta is doing a really decent job. He's coming to this category and he's looking strong. 5th fastest at 139.958. And I really just, as a quick salute to the work that the Honda box have put in to ensuring that these riders adapt quickly to these upgrades that they're going through. For now, checker flag is Adinanta Putra. He comes across the line as 139.958 for him. So he finishes well in the top 5. Ratapong just finishing outside of the top 5 in 6th. Coming around here, this is Ratapong himself. Let's see what he does as he comes across the line. He does not improve a 1 minute 40.0. Missing for a majority of that session is the likes of Ahmed Ramran. He's done about 3 or 4 laps less than the rest of the riders. Now looking at the sector times, there doesn't seem to be any changes happening in regards to position, and by the looks of it, the checker flag has concluded this session and the positions will remain as they were on the previous lap. For now, these are the results for the ARC Super Sport 600 Practice 3. In first and fastest, once again, is Karo Irampawi. Second is Panasonic Sonthi. Third, Helmi Azman. Fourth, Nakarena Tirapuapan. Fifth is Adinanta Putra. Sixth is Ratapang Wilarod. Seventh, Azra Hikimanwar. Gary Salim, he's in 8th. Soichiro Minamimoto is in 9th. 10th is Keito Abe. 11th, Galang Hendra. 12th, Anima Mafadli. 13th, Shah Juntong. and 14th Ahmad Afif Amran. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We will have one more session of practice 3 for the ASB 1000 coming up right after this before the Honda Talent Cup. So stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit for the last session of the first day of the first round of the 2023 season for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Daniel and Barry are with you for this last 40-minute session of the day for the ASB 1000s. Pit lane is open and the heavy metal will be rolling out on the track earlier. Daniel, you were here for the first two sessions, and while I was watching with my feet up, but while it does look on one level like a battle between the defending champions Akwan and Markus Reiterberger, the German star, I think there's a lot more to this story than that. And just running down the two timesheets, the times were very different, as we were just saying offline. But the first 6 riders were exactly the same in both sessions. And they definitely went faster in the cooler conditions this morning, with Zakwan heading free practice 1 with a 35.486. And Reiterberger heading the second session with a 36.096. So there's a full half a second difference there at the top. But one of the things that I've been really happy to watch was Aslan Shah coming out and looking competitive.
Yeah, it's looking much better compared to last season. I did touch on that subject as well, where last year we didn't see much of the 1xx team at the top. It was only that drama that we saw in Sepang with the weather change. Then we saw a bit of brilliance from Adam Nordin and Aslan Shah. But this time around, it's looking really much better. In practice 2, Aslan Shah was just 0.2 seconds off his teammate's timing, Markus Reiterberger. So it's looking a lot better, and between the top 6 is only 0.4 seconds, so really not much in it.
It's incredibly tight, yeah, as we watch Aslan come out right on cue with a nice big number on the front, although he needs it probably less than we need for other riders. But yeah, it's good to see him back on form. Looking at other riders, yeah, looking at other riders, you can see Zakwan waiting impassively there while the other guys go out first. But looking around the paddock, you can see who's looking really pumped, and nobody is more pumped than Zakwan.
Yeah, his fitness is ridiculous.
Yeah, it always has been, but he looks really strong and he looks really happy. There were moments last year where he had frustration with getting that new Honda sorted, but it does seem to be sorted now, and he's really happy. He's really enjoying himself. And Andy Faridis de Haar, of course, the 600 champion, who stepped up. He looks the happiest of all the riders I've encountered in the paddock. He just can't get enough of these superbikes. He's been wanting to do superbikes for a long time. He's made it now, and he loves it, and he's really fast.
Yeah, he looks like a seasoned 1000cc rider. He's only what about 0.2 seconds away from the top. So I think he will really bring some new color into this championship, into this category, sorry. And yeah, he's really just on it. And I think what really helps the both of them is you have Zakwan, who's already the champion last year for data, and now the pair of them both are lapping really quickly, so it really helps the team, I think.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, they've got two really, really fast riders, and I think the chemistry should be good between those two as well. They are quite different. But here's a rider that I think has done well on his so far on his ARRC first appearance. Is Lachlan Epis, who's just leading Haruki Noguchi there. Lachlan on a third BMW in this category, which is good to see. Riding, of course, for the Evolution Sport Group. But his best time 137.5, so pretty decent debut. And I just paused then because Haruki Noguchi shot past him. And isn't it good to see Haruki Noguchi back and fast?
Yeah, he's just leaving nothing on the plate. But I must say about Lachlan Nepes, the Australian rider, he's just done the 136.887 on his flying lap, so he's steadily improving, and I think he's really closing the gap between himself and the top, so top job from the Australian.
Yeah, very good indeed, and he is chasing Haruki Noguchi, and that won't do him any damage at all. So watch what Haruki does around here. And here is Aslan looking aggressive with the picking the back of the bike up, under braking, powering through turn 12. Currently 7th in this very, very early stage, but there we go. The champion hasn't even got his hat on yet.
Yeah, he just looks very relaxed, Zakwan. He looks very happy. Like as you mentioned, he was the happiest you've seen him in a while, and even during the press conference he was saying that he really enjoyed the feeling of the test.
Yeah, that is really good to see. I mean, he did well to take the championship after being frustrated so often last season. There was a whole load of subplots in that championship story, of course. But yeah, take a look at another rider who certainly looks happy on the bike. I haven't had a chance to speak to him yet. Just waved a few times, but it's been a happy wave. But if Aslan is back on it, then that's another great factor in the mix that we missed last year. I mean, it was super competitive last year, but we did miss Aslan.
I remember I had a conversation with Aslan a few months ago, and I asked him, what's the plan for the next season? He said, we've got to try to win it again. It's as simple as that, and you can really see he's looking on form again. It's the best you've seen of him for the past 2-3 seasons. I think with the mix of the competition in this category, he will really be pushing hard as we've ever seen him.
Yeah, and in his teammate Markus Reiterberger for BMW. Markus Reiterberger has been a BMW rider for as long as I can remember. He was in Superbikes here in 2016. I mean, he's had an unbroken run on BMW, so he knows his way around. He's won 4 IDM, the German championships, which is a pretty high standard championship. And of course, he's a regular rider in the EWC Endurance World Championship for BMW Motorrad. So real quality in Reiterberger, and he likes Chang International. I heard him say in one of our on the ARRC social media posts on Instagram that he had his best ever World Superbike result here in 2016 when he was 5th.
Yeah, I think it's really evident looking at the way he's lapping now as well. He's the only rider in the 135s, 135.672. Everyone else in the 136s. Even his teammate Aslan, not as close as he was in the previous practice sessions. Perhaps his setup a bit different from Marcus's setup.
Yeah, they're both quite tall, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that does help the suspension guys for sure, because it would be about similar weight, similar height. So they could share data in regards to that. Here's Anthony West and Kenneth Kubo. Anthony West just seems to be... He's closing the gap in the previous practice sessions, but he's just still struggling a little bit. The closest he's been was in, I believe it was practice 1, where he was 2.2 seconds, 2.3 seconds away from the top.
Yeah, they need to get that Yamaha R1 sorted out. I mean, Westy himself will be a little bit race rusty, but I'm not sure about the bike. It was the slowest through the speed trap this morning in both sessions, 281.5, and the quickest bikes are doing, in fact the top 6 were all doing 295.
Yeah, right now
significant difference.
Even if you look at the current timings, we have a 300 km/h speed trap done by Haruki, and Anthony was down there with 281, so that's nearly a 19 km/h deficit, and he's going to feel that.
Absolutely he will. And here's Zakwan running the #1 plate. I heard you refer to the jinx effect of the #1 plate this morning, Daniel. I've also heard many people in this paddock describe Zach Kwan, amongst other things, has been lucky. So, so let's see how that turns out over the course of the next the 2023 season. And another rider who's definitely a form rider as we got to the end of last season anyway was Daniel Kazmayuddin, who put in a pretty decent time early in this session, but has been struggling by his exalted standards.
Yeah, he just seemed a bit unhappy this morning and even this afternoon in practice too. Something just wasn't clicking with him. It looked like he had struggles turning the bike in, but currently in this practice 3 he's looking a bit better. He doesn't seem to be too frustrated yet. But we all know the way Kazma is. He's a rider who doesn't settle for anything less than first.
Absolutely correct. He did say they made some changes to the bike. I think they put a new frame in and they put the old frame back in, but I don't think they've got the base setting that they really need to make him competitive for that essential #1, at least potential. So Zach Kwan, where is he in this session in his first couple of laps? 137.1, so he's a second and a half off so far in these very early days, and I think that's Aslan behind him. They've got a few championships between them, ARRC championships.
Yeah, these two do have a long history in this Asia Road Racing Championship. We're currently looking where Zakwan is. He's yet to set a properly fast lap time. He's at a 137.1. It's only a second out lap. Shah behind him just tailing. I think Azan Shah's on a decent lap as well. He's gone quite well through sector 1 and sector 2. Here comes Zakwan now, comes across a 136.371. That's a bit better, up into 3rd. And Azan Shah as well up into 5th, a 136.5.
So we still have almost 27 minutes to go in this session, so plenty to go for. And Andy Farid has just put himself into P3 on the timing screen. So yeah, as I described him to you earlier before the event started, he was absolutely like a dog with 2 tails when I spoke to him about riding in superbikes. And it's so good to see a rider of his caliber being so mentally happy. That's Jack Ritzwang-Tuat, #191, a very experienced Thai rider. I can remember from being around the Thai paddock 10 or 11 years ago. He was very, very quick, small, light bike rider, like 250s. So it's good to see that he's still around. And he's still pretty quick too.
Yeah, he's not been too far off the timings of the top 3. And I think if he gets a good race pace, then he should be able to be within the front group. To fight with the front group will be tough because they are really lapping fast.
Yeah, and his team, the EEST NJT Thai team, they seem pretty well resourced. I mean, the bikes look really good, and they do some interesting stuff, right? Like providing the winner, my old friend, at in the last round when the race started wet and he went out on slicks.
Yeah, that was a fantastic choice by the team to do that.
Yeah, so they've come back with 4 bikes this time. Okay. Marcus looks a little bit happier than he did in the last session. But yeah, he's got a Northern European cooling system.
Yeah.
So he's going to be feeling this a little bit.
For anyone who doesn't understand the universal language used there, it is blazing hot out here at the Chang International Circuit, and definitely some of the riders will be suffering from the heat.
Yeah, and look at the timing screen now. Pasowit has put himself into 2nd. He was 6th in both sessions, but the timings were so tight, as we were saying. So he's going well, and he finished last season at Sepang. He performed well, but his bike broke down. and he was really good in the final round. So again, he was a rider on an improving trajectory, rookie last year. And so I think he believes he's capable of scoring podiums and being amongst the winners this year.
I think Pasquet has been he's been right up there, so if he can string in some good performances, he could be in contention for the title. And again, it is just round one. It's tough to say with the new circuit as well being added into this championship. It could all change, but there's the happy rider of this category currently, Andy Farrett.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was watching our friends on YouTube, this enormous fan club that Andy Gielang has got, and they're all pretty excited about him being, or super excited about him being in this category. There's his illustrious teammate Zakwan Zaidi, just at an age now, and as he comes from his sort of transfers from his mid to his late 20s, which is a great age to peak your career. But not too many bikes out at the moment.
I think currently it's just Zakwan having some quality time with his bike on track. And that's a rookie now as well, he's coming out. But yeah, Zakwan, I'm wondering whether for some of the riders like Zakwan, whether they're taking practice 3 as just a session to more or less understand where their race pace would be at, rather than just chasing the fast lap times. Because the gap between Marcus and the rest is between 0.4 to 0.6 seconds from the top 4.
Yeah, it is really tight. I guess maybe in another 10 minutes, the ego will kick in.
Yeah.
But I think everybody out there seems to be running medium tyres.
Yeah, for most of the grid that did seem that way, and it was just like Aslan and Marcus in the first 2 practice sessions. They were mostly running the soft rear option and the medium front, I believe it was. But early in the morning, Aslan ran a hard option front, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
And we did see that last year as well. It seemed that Aslan just preferred that tire option. It's like the hard front and medium rear, but it looks a bit for Marcus there with the bit of a wheelie coming out.
Yeah, wheeling out of pit lane. Not sure if that would get a fine or not. I think as long as you stay within the lines, it's okay. But yeah, superb German rider, this one. Always going to be competitive. And sitting on top of the timesheets at the moment. Still the only one in the 135s.
It's interesting looking at all the 3 practice sessions we've had for the ASB 1000s, because each time the conditions are different in regards to the temperature. In the morning it was still a fairly cool breeze. In the afternoon it was just scorching hot. Now it's starting to cool down a bit. The sun isn't directly above us. So I wonder how different the bikes are reacting to the temperature. It will be quite the job for the guy doing the tunings.
Yeah, isn't it? But the conditions have favoured Pasquet. So 136 dead. In the morning session he did 136.3. At this level, that's a significant improvement.
Yeah, I mean, yes, looking at the front of that BMW M1000R, the wing is just massive. And I had a conversation with a few of the riders, BMW riders, and they said that the new wing really just does give that extra bit of downforce at the front. Because I remember previously talking with Aslan, he said the front was very wheelie happy. It would just lift up. So I guess that just gives that extra bit of control over the front of the bike.
Yeah, it does. And again, I heard you. I was paying attention earlier. Talk about how effective the electronics are on these bikes in getting the absolute, maximum benefit from the power. You see very few wheelies.
Yeah. It's a big difference from what it used to be.
Yeah.
So I remember, I think was talking with one of the e-racer guys before, and it was just the level of control for wheelie control, for example. There's so many variations that you can choose that you can't just pop a wheelie and just hold it there, and it would still give the optimum amount of power coming out of the corner. And it's just amazing the way the electronics have changed over the years.
Yeah, so you talk about anti-wheelie, but it could be a wheelie tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, find me the balance point and stay there. But Haruki now in P2. Hasn't quite broken into the 135s, but he's put himself between Marcus and Passawit. Passawit, Andy Farid, Zakwan, and Aslan, and Kazma. And Kazma's teammate Kenan Kubo all in the pits at the moment. West in the 138, so a bit of a battle for him.
Yeah, it has been quite the struggling weekend for Anthony West. Let's hope, I think they should have enough data to bring this forward into qualifying tomorrow and hopefully make some adjustments to make him a bit more competitive to fight up at least within the top 10s. So another gap between himself and the top 10 is about just over 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, we often say it, and it does sound like a cliche, but Anthony West will leave nothing in the garage when it comes to race day, from the beginning to the end of the race. No matter what people might say about his race fitness or the state of his bike, he will absolutely give it everything.
Looking out on track, the only riders out on track currently are Marcus Ratzberger, Haruki Noguchi, Jakrit Swangsot, and Anthony West. Toyo Joe, he's not currently out in the session due to a crash that we saw earlier on in practice 2. But now the majority of the grid are back in pit lane. Mark Claire's just lapped another 135.8. So he's pretty consistent in the 135s.
Yeah, that's a really good pace. We always think that to be in the 136s is a good race pace. And yeah, seems to be enjoying the place for himself.
Coming behind him, that should be the likes of Anthony West, and yes, it is there. Number 13. I really do love the livery of the Victor Racing bikes this time around, that lime green and blue combination.
Yeah, Westy likes the likes the lime green. I've noticed in years past too. And his presence here will certainly have boosted the number of people watching in Australia.
Looking at his sector time, he's actually not doing too badly on this lap. Still don't think it's enough to push him up into the top 10, but it should be an improvement for him.
Of course, we last saw him in 600s when that was the blue ribbon class in 2018, which was the season he had his issues with regulations. He was a real force to be reckoned with that year, just especially coming later in the race. It was almost like you could hear the theme music from Jaws as the race wore on.
But also there was the thing about riders like Anthony West, the way they planned the races was just absolutely perfect, and you knew that come halfway of the race they would already have a different push going on, and they would know how to really just catch up what they've missed up on in the early parts of the race.
Yeah, it is that. It's that calm, confident professionalism.
Yeah. Speaking of professionalism, here's Azan Shah. He's one that we know has so much knowledge with all the bikes he's ridden, all the different championships he's been on. It's great to see him back fighting at the top for the timing.
Yeah, we only saw him out really looking comfortable with the bike once in Japan last year. That was really it. The rest of the time he was he was grappling with problems, but looks much happier on this latest version of the BMW S1000. And has it got 2 or 3 hours?
So Ricky Noguchi now, he's been lapping the 136, the lower 136. Still yet to break 135, but he's running the medium for his tire options.
Yeah, and as you said, he broke the 300 kph mark, which doesn't happen very often, actually.
Now, one thing I noticed is his team, when it comes to the bike preparation, they really have it almost perfectly, because even in Sepang, if I remember correctly, he was one of the only riders who broke 300. And they've really just prepared such a great bike for a rookie, and yeah, it's just a combination between the rider and the team that's been giving him the best results you could imagine.
Yeah, you can really see the quality in the team in the bike preparation, and of course they put this this young maniac on it, as you said, doing fantastic things right from his very first outing last season. It was just so exciting to see him come in from just nowhere, super stock Japan Japan champion, and to do what he did here and expect better of himself than he actually achieved that first time out, which was a P3 and a P4.
I still remember last season I didn't see him smile at all until he won the race in Sepang in race 2. He looked, every time he got a podium, he still looked disappointed in himself, and when he finally got the win, we finally saw him just look a bit more cheerful.
Yeah, he lit up at that point, yeah. So this is a pretty good stint for Marcus, isn't it?
He's slowed down a bit on that lap, but
13 laps completed.
That's Kasper Daniel. I think Kasper's doing the... getting a bit wild there in turn 1, but I think Kasper's trying to use Marcus as a reference point now. He's going to have to catch up a bit. He did make a mistake there in turn 1, but it would be good for Kasper to really gauge what's the main difference between himself and the BMW rider. Whether it's just the lines that Marcus chooses, or whether it's down to the bike.
Yeah, having spoken to him on Wednesday, it seems like it's the bike, as we were saying earlier. Haven't quite got that that base setting that they can feel confident about. So there's another steady-ish lap for him. Marcus just did a good sector 2, decent sector 1, and a fastest sector 2 so far.
So I think we can see a time maybe in the mid 135s, or maybe in the lower 135s from Marcus coming through. His temperatures will be dropping now. I think that should favor faster lap times. A few of the riders as well coming out, Pasawit, Andi Farid. Lachlan Epis as well, he's coming out. By the looks of it, Anthony West, he's gone back into pit lane. I've shown a bit of a twitch there as he flips from right to left. Yeah, Marcus Rettenberger has come across now, 135.623.
Changed the order, of course, but he's stretched the difference to 0.4. Which is impressive here, and it is a long run he's done as well. Probably not by his standards as an endurance racer, but in this heat, as we were saying, with his dodgy German cooling system. But yeah, just a testament to the fitness that riders that do that endurance job. It's just incredible. Another good job being done there by the rider we just saw on screen, the number 83, Lachlan Epis. I think he's doing. This is a really good debut for him.
No, yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, to be 1.2 seconds away from Marcus Reiterberger, to just be 0.9 seconds away from Hiroki Noguchi, it's really, really a great debut for him. I think especially with some Anthony West fans who will be watching this round, when they see Lachlan Epps now pushing up the order, he will have some new fans added to his fan base.
Yeah, that'll be the Anthony West halo effect. Absolutely. And why not? It's brilliant to have Australian races here. The ASBK Championship is a really great one.
Just 8.5 minutes remaining in this practice 3 session, and you can see a lot of the riders coming back out onto track. Marcus Reiterberger, however, has just gone back into pit lane. Between him and Noguchi, they've both done 15 and 14 laps each.
Yeah, Hiroki looks quite aggressive on the bike, but he hasn't improved his sector times through the first 2. But anyway, some good track time for him.
That's it. He does look consistent though. He's been lapping within the 136.3s, 136.4s. So he's looking quite good for a race pace currently.
Yeah, and as we were saying, he will be expecting to win. Seen Andy Farid for a while. He's done a really decent lap. Oh, and Andy, talking about bike preparation, there's another Honda that's broken the 300 kph mark. Oh, thank you.
Right on cue, yeah. Yeah, well, Andy Farid as well, 300.2 kilometers per hour. That's looking really good from the Hondas.
Yeah, let's see what Casper's up to this time.
It's interesting to see the top speed differences. You can see all the BMWs and the Hondas doing between 295 towards 300 kilometers per hour. But then if you look at the Yamahas, they're doing about 289, Kevin Kubo 288, Anthony West 281. So it seems that it really is as it has been before in the past, where the Yamahas are really strong in the corners, but the Hondas and the BMWs really do have the top speed. They have the extra bit of grunt.
Yeah, and here is Zach. I'm currently in P5 and up into P2. My timing was a bit bad then, but yeah, he's moved himself up into P2 with a 135.8. So nice and close to who looks like his main rival, and well, he has been his main rival in these practice sessions. But the times, as we were saying, are so tight and the quality is so good, and you know that where riders try so hard on race day, all of these, including that rider there, number 27, Kazma Daniel, they give it everything on the day. Tremendous competitors in this ASB 1000 class.
Kazma as well, he's just improved his timing. He remains in 7th, but 136.4 from him. And Haruki on the previous lap, he's done another 136.0. So Haruki not improving on his best lap, but he is really consistent in the lower 136.
Yeah, he's getting the job done. And of course in this class we have qualifying tyres, which we'll see tomorrow, which always make qualifying an exciting session. So qualifying of course tomorrow morning. There's Zakwan, who always seems to ride it loose into turn 12. He seems quite happy with it. I remember in the last round that bike was snaking around as well under acceleration, which I don't see this time.
Zakwan's just set an even faster lap time, 135.646, so he's closing down onto Marcus Reiterberger's time, just 0.023 seconds off. Haruki there, got another 136.3. He's done 17 laps in this session.
Yeah, that's what we can expect. So quite 9 laps. That's, oh, he came out late, didn't he?
Yeah, he came in late, did a few laps, he went back in.
Yeah, so perhaps this is more of a setup for qualifying session for him.
Kazuma's improved now up into 6th. He's on a 136.353.
So that's only 0.7 off Marcus. Oh, we know that Kazuma's another one of these riders that has a special race suit for Sunday.
Yeah. I think it definitely 0.7 seconds, 0.7 seconds. I think that shouldn't be not say shouldn't be an issue, but he'll definitely be within reach of the front 3. So I think Kazuma will find something special come race day. Definitely he will be pushing forward. Speaking of pushing forward, Haruki's still lapping. This will be his 18th lap that he's completed in this session. It's another 136.0 from Haruki Noguchi.
So no doubts about his fitness.
Unbelievable. He's definitely going to have the most laps completed in this ESB 1000 practice 3. He's gone back up into 3rd now, 135.985. So now we have the top 3 all doing 135s. Yeah, it's an interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wonder whether that's just them trying to test a quick setup for qualifying, maybe just for that one fast qualifying lap, but. Yeah, Andy Faraday's on a really good one now. Fastest sector 1 time. I can only imagine this would be for practice starts. Because this Zakwan especially, he's coming out later, and even Jack Reed's song starter, so. Coming out with just over a minute left. Okay, Andy Fred, he should be on a really good lap. I think he could push Zakwan down into 3rd. So Andy Fred has improved, but he remains into 3rd. 135.946. Oh, they're sending him back out. I don't think he's gonna make it before the flag, unless. Yeah, he's not gonna make it out pit lane. There we go. I think the marshal's gonna stop him there. Here's Marcus Reitenberger, just cruising past the final turn. Will he pop a wheelie? Yes, he will. Thank you very much. Once again, it's a tale between Marcus and Zakwan. Both of them being split by barely anything. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I don't think he can negotiate his way out of this. Is Zakwan going to pop a wheelie as well? No, he won't. A bit more calm and focused. So you get bogged down a bit. Yeah.
Are the results for ASB 1000 free practice 3. Marcus Reiterberger, we were just looking at 135.623, just a snip ahead of Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Andy Farid, his teammate, just behind him. Haruki Noguchi, great session from him. Really good race pace in number 4. 5th, Paswit Titiwararak. 6th, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. 7th, Aslan Shah. 8th, Kemen Kubo for Yamaha Gen Blue. 9th, the increasingly impressive Lachlan Epis. 10th, Jackwit Sarang Sawat. 11th, Anthony West. And 12th, Tio Yu. Oh, sorry, no time for him. He didn't come out after that earlier crash. So that brings us to the end of that session. What time are we in action tomorrow, Daniel?
So yeah, tomorrow we'll be back here once again at 7:40 a.m. with the Underbone 150 class for the qualifying session, followed by everyone else is qualifying in every category. Up until 12 o'clock, we will have our lunch break, and then we will resume once again at 12:35 for all the races.
And we've got just one more session remaining. It is the Honda Thailand Talent Cup free practice 2 session, which will be starting in just about 8 minutes from now, which stick around and watch. It is where a lot of Thai talent and Vietnamese talent actually come from. So stay tuned for that. And we will see you, as Daniel said, tomorrow morning at 7:40 a.m. Have a good night, folks.